Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están? Tengo entendido que están viniendo a almorzar.
Good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch, and I hope I will be able to increase your level of energy. This presentation is related to what happens before doing things. In order to make a difference between what happens afterwards, there is, in my opinion, a kind of confusion. It has happened to me in different presentations and also when I'm teaching university, that especially in the world of entrepreneurship, there is a certain confusion around this idea of reality. My name is Bijar, and I'm the director of Trailer Media, which is a company that represents US companies in the world of entertainment, and therefore we work in the area of audiovisual production, commercials, ads, etc., and publicity in general. And then it has a division that works in the movie business. During these last years, I have produced and directed 8 documentaries that have been shown in the cinema and also reproduced by cable TV and by streaming. Then Top is a chain of coffee shops and restaurants. And Dispel, well, that's where my story starts. It's a company that represents a movie company in the US, and I received it when my mother died in 2003. That's where my story started, and I'll tell you about it. At the end of the presentation, you'll understand how all this connects. Firstly, I would like to speak about the idea itself. This talk is called From the Idea to Reality. And once, when I was at a presentation, the speaker, who was a very important entrepreneur, asked the public, you tell me, what's your idea that you want to implement? And one person in the audience started trying to tell him about the idea without really telling him. And he realized it and said, why don't you tell me? And this person in the audience said, well, actually, I'm afraid that my idea may be stolen. So after that, I started thinking about the weight of an idea in the business. What is more important, the idea, implementing it, or afterwards, after it has been implemented, whether you do it right or wrong? The idea in itself is something quite abstract. It's difficult to make it tangible simply with words. When you say you have an idea, you can start looking for different kinds of businesses. For example, software or applications, everything that is happening today. And it's very easy to find cases of success or ideas. For example, the application is there, you can do such and such a thing, and you can define the idea. But behind the business, there's something much more complex. There are many layers between the idea and the successful company where you are trying to apply it. And this does not apply only to IT. It happens in any line of business. In 1 or 2 sentences, you can probably describe most of the companies you know, while the idea of what those companies do would be quite easy to explain. It would not be easy to repeat elsewhere or to replicate. Now, this event is called the power of doing, and it's precisely about that, doing. And not doing just for the sake of doing. It's about starting to think how you can implement an idea, what I have to do in order to put the idea into practice. Based on this reasoning, many things come up in projects and in businesses. When we produce a film, when we edit a magazine, or when we distribute a movie, or when we film a commercial, sometimes several people sit down to discuss a project. But what happens from then on is what is related, in my opinion, with the business itself, the fact of doing. The difference between the idea and reality is exactly that: doing, bringing the concept to practice. Obviously, in itself, this doesn't mean much. When you start planning how to develop a business, you can follow various formats. I studied business administration, and you have to draw a business plan before you graduate. As an exercise, it would be very useful for anyone to work on a project like this, no matter what they study, because it forces you to have on paper at least a roadmap. Now, since I started my company 16 years ago, never one of these plans ended up being implemented as it had been conceived on paper. So there are nuances between the idea and the reality afterwards, and everything that's in between. This is related to the concept of doing things well. And let me see if I can be a little bit more clear. People think that when they have an idea, they have a business. In my opinion, the idea in itself is no business, and I've just explained why. I tend to think that the idea in itself doesn't have much value. You may tell me I'm crazy, but an excellent idea that is poorly executed or is not executed at all, and that remains in the mind of something and is just something that you discuss during a barbecue, does not have any value, because the ideal moment never comes when you're trying to put into practice an idea. So, as I said, the step between the idea and the doing is very much related to trying to do things right. What does that mean? In the context of this presentation, when you start a business, you establish a roadmap which you change every day. Sometimes because you realize you got it wrong. And in football, they say the team that wins is the teams that no one touches. So if you are doing things right, well, don't change them. Or in other words, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, unless there is something, another factor that triggers a change, that you may want to become international, or there's been a change in your industry, etc. But in the context of your businesses, it's an exercise that has to do with reality and not the environment of the idea or the environment of pure creation. And this is the other point on which I would like to insist. I try to reinforce this idea with the people with which I work. When you are developing a business, where you are in a creative stage, you may think that this creative stage will end in the idea or the brainstorming on how to implement an idea. And in fact, this is just when things start. As I said, the ideas can change throughout the project, and the original idea may become obsolete after a short time. But when you start changing your original plan, that's when you really get creating with a purpose. The purpose of doing things right. And by that, I don't mean only making a software with certain functionalities that fulfill the objectives I have. I mean also that the business is profitable, that the people who work with you are happy and motivated, that they feel challenged to grow and improve. In fact, carrying out a business well goes well beyond the initial idea. And in the world of entrepreneurs, things get confused with very often. And what really makes a difference is when you starting doing things. When I was invited to give this presentation, I thought that the claim, the motto of this event was extremely interesting, because the power of doing is precisely that, not sitting down thinking that maybe this idea is good or could be good or one day will be good. It's putting the idea into practice. And my philosophy in this regard is that in the world of cinema, when you are producing a movie, and people who work with me sometimes laugh, I have the idea that in the world of movies, there are several steps you have to go through, like planning, coordination, etc. And here there are different people and different resources, and it leads to a kind of bureaucracy that you self-impose to yourself in the process. But in my projects, I started imposing, maybe rightly so, or maybe wrongly, I imposed starting doing. And let me tell you an anecdote. I'm now completing a documentary that was filmed in France, in the US, and in part in Uruguay. The fictional part where we had actors. This documentary was born because I was at the end of the year party of my daughter, sitting with a friend, and he asked me, "Did you read this article in Vanity Fair?" He showed me the article, and it was so interesting that I started reading it then and there. It was about a case that happened in France in 1951, and there was a theory of conspiracy, and it was extremely interesting. When I finished reading the article, my friend who works in publicity asked me, "Don't you want to make a movie on this question?" And I said, well, a movie is very complex in fiction. There are many deadlines that are very difficult to comply with in the short term, but I think that it's interesting for a documentary. In February, that was in December, in February we were shooting in France. When I was in France, my team had already been investigating and had been interviewing the people for the documentary, but not everything had been solved. So we arrived in this village with 5,000 people in France, and there was just one hotel. It didn't even have stars. It was really small. And from then on, we started to develop a series of things. If I had waited to have everything ready until launching the project, like you're supposed to do on paper, or like some people would think that you should do, 1 year later, today, I wouldn't be shooting the movie yet. The fact is that now the movie is almost ready, it's almost edited. And why all this? Because it's a question of attitude vis-a-vis an idea you think that you have to put into practice. Now, going back to the idea, I said that the right moment never comes. There are certain aspects that have to do with intuition, firstly. In business, intuition fits on itself. What does that mean? your intuition will make you convince yourself that you have to do something. When you start doing it, partly because you are already in the problem and you have no way out, you start making mistakes. And that is the other concept that I think is very important. The difference between the idea and the power of doing, or reality. And this is the difference. If the idea modifies the business itself, the project, no matter what you are doing, programming of a software, a movie, or opening a pharmacy, you start doing something and you'll start changing it. Once the concept of a project has been understood, I will talk about the doer. But in this case, I am referring to the director or the producer in a film. I had called this part the entrepreneur at first. Why did I change it for this word, which means the person who does something, but also someone who directs a movie? Well, I may be critical in this part, but I changed it because in Uruguay there is now a current that tries to make us believe that it is kind of easy to be an entrepreneur or to start something. Entrepreneurship is encouraged, but you are not warned about what you're getting into. People talk about how nice it is to be an entrepreneur, how nice it is to have freedom and be able to decide when you go away on holidays. The problem is that you are actually able to go on holidays. If you're working in a company, sometimes you have some days of vacations, you have some free time during the day, and someone else is concerned about the money. But when you are at the front of a project, no matter what kind of project it is, an individual project or a new enterprise, your thoughts never have a moment of rest. For some people, this is attractive, even addictive. I like it. I think that there's something inside you when you like this kind of thing that makes you like this adrenaline. And that's the permanent danger of entrepreneurship. But the director itself has to have two capabilities. If I ask you now about the characteristics of an entrepreneur, think for 3 seconds, what are the main features of an entrepreneur? Many of you have probably thought that an entrepreneur has to be someone who is ready to take risks and make decisions, and probably has very strong knowledge of the area in which he is going to be working, and 100 things more. But in fact, if you analyze the big successful entrepreneurs, during the first days of their entrepreneurship, we see that there's no pattern in their behavior. There are guys who are shy and get terrified about a project, and there are guys who are completely unaware of the risks or don't care about them, and others who are extremely cautious. Now, there are some features in common between the people who put the ideas into practice. Firstly, doing something, starting. When I asked an opinion about a new business, I said, well, unless you are telling me something that is really crazy, if it could work, then I asked the person, well, what do you think? Do you think that this is good business? And the other person usually says yes. And so who am I to tell you not to get into this? Do you know how many people submit projects again and again and receive refusals, and then they receive an acceptance and do very well? So who am I to tell someone not to start something? For me, this is what really makes the difference between the idea and reality. Starting, then it's going to change a lot. But there's another aspect that, in my opinion, is still much more important. Which is accepting and overcoming failure. Think of the big stars of the media, the football players, basketball players, tennis champions. They have the dream life. But if you analyze the career of the number one in any sport you choose, you will see that this person has played much more tournaments than he or she has won. I'm not talking about the times he lost. I'm talking about all the times in which he started a tournament and did not win. Even the most successful person you have in your mind failed a number of times. And it happened to me. I played rugby all my life in a small club, and when we got to the first division, we lost our matches for a lot of points because there was a kind of internal rebellion among my friends and all of us. And we would say on Monday we have to start training again, we have to start improving again. So I think that the people who put ideas into practice have inside them this capacity to better themselves and overcome their failures. And sometimes they get things wrong again and again, and they have to do things better in the future. And finally, another aspect which is very important to me: what's the motivation to do things? There's something, don't ask me what, sometimes it's easier to materialize than others, that has to do with what moves you from the inside. It is true that money is great and we all want to have a good time and have lots of things solved for us. But if you talk to most entrepreneurs, unless you talk to them after many years, during the first years they never have money, because when they have money they reinvest it in the company or they destine it to improvements. So money is a motivation and it's interesting, but I'll leave it aside. But there's something else that moves us. In some cases it can be creativity itself, the wish to develop something, or the adrenaline of having a bright idea and thinking, I want to do this, and you want to rush to do it because otherwise you think someone is going to do it in your place. That moment is impossible to describe or to put into a concept. But there's another thing which is also very interesting: the external motivation you may get when you decide to leave something or generate something that transcends. I have the vision that we are in this life for a certain period of time, which passes very quickly, and in the time we are here, it's good to try to leave something. After we go, the second, third, maybe generation will remember us, but the fourth generation won't know who we are. The first documentary I did was about organs donor. My mother died after a heart transplant. I suffered a lot, but inside me there was something that made me feel that I had to do something. on this subject. It was what triggered the first project I produced. I invested everything I had in this first documentary. This feeling, the love that I put inside the project, were the main factors for the beauty of the project. I use the word beauty because it's not a mega production, it's a project full of feeling. Many people may think that it's not nice, but most people have come to me telling me what a lovely message, how nice this project is, because there was something inside me that made me send the message. Obviously, projects that are purely commercial have a coldness that is not in there in this case. But when we think of the big enterprises, we have to think of those motives that go way beyond the money. Believe me, again, money is not the cause. There's a phrase that says, a statement that says, it's not about going after the money, but going after the passion. And I think that this message is very interesting. The idea is fine, and trying to put the idea into practice is fine also. And it's good to try to do things right and maybe get them wrong and correct them. But it's only when you have a passion, when there's something that moves you, whereas you are an entrepreneur that is working inside a company, and there are many of these who work in huge companies that wouldn't work without them, or whether you are an independent entrepreneur, the important thing is that there's something that is pushing you to do things. And also, you shouldn't sit down with an idea thinking that your idea may be stolen or you don't want to talk about it. The important thing is to start doing things. The day in which you started putting the project into practice, well, you will have to change the idea until you get it right. Otherwise, you'll stay thinking that you have a good idea and nothing else.
No. ¿Listo? Bueno, buenas tardes para todos. Como todos los años, nuevamente es un gusto estar.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And particularly today and this year, I would like to tell you what we are seeing in the industry and the type of scenarios and solutions and projects that we are carrying out with our main clients and partners all over the Americas, which is representative of what's happening all over the world. When we see today's reality, the change of paradigms and in the software industry as providers and developers of technology, part of the change of paradigm is that the capacity for calculation and the data are everywhere. The calculation capacity independent of the device or wherever we are, and as well as the data generation. Just think of our daily lives and the impact of taking that capacity to microwave, or just look at PowerMind microwave that we saw last week. That's a change of paradigm in relation to the possibilities and opportunities and the potential. You can just see how every industry is changed by technology, from agriculture to retail, medicine, and so on, and how technology becomes part of our technology, our smart devices at home, how we can control the various devices, how can we can generate data, the technology, calculation data, all that is embedded everywhere. And I insist that generates a change of paradigm. And particularly, this has to do with the way companies approach this. They are challenged by changing and transforming their business and doing it digital. Now, that doesn't only mean adopting new technologies. It means definitely changing the set of skills, the set of capacities of an organization. It's no longer the area of technology that can adopt or create, or what we really have to do is innovate and generate differentials for our industry, for our sector, for our vertical, on the basis of technology. And this means that every company must be extremely skillful, extremely wise to know what technology to adopt and what technology to build. And I'd like to dwell on this. When we think about certain technological scenarios and we think about something that is this calculation capacity or storing or any other scenario that can be a bit more advanced, such as text classification, based on AI. These two scenarios are commodities. In neither of the two am I going to innovate. I have to be intelligent in adopting the skills that are capacities at present, the skills that at present the rest of the industry and the technological platforms are advancing and creating at a higher speed than me. But I must focus on building and innovating on those issues that are key issues for my own business, so that I can segment my own clients in a more efficient manner. That's something particular to my own business, and where I can build a differential. I should optimize a certain process, even if it's not something directly to my business. It's perhaps not a commodity, but something that can add a difference to my own business. Now, it is in this scenario where all companies are faced to the challenge of how to combine, on the one hand, their skills and knowledge of their own business. If I'm in retail business, I clearly know how to manage suppliers and how my customers behave, up to what I can see and my intuition. I probably know about logistics regarding retail. So I've got a certain advanced level of knowledge in my industry and in the vertical. Perhaps I also have some technological skills, but the true challenge lies with the fact that I have to take into account the state of the art of technology to maximize the value that I generate on the basis of technology, combining it with our present skills. And I would like to focus on this particularly because this challenge that all companies have, and we all know what the challenge is from the technological standpoint. First of all, how to keep abreast and keep technical teams updated, to be updated in terms of technology so that we can stand on that and make a difference. And so that's why for about a year and a half ago, we created a new organization in Microsoft where we specifically focused on working with companies to solve scenarios that are highly complex with a high impact together with these companies for differentiation. And we are an area, and that's one of the areas that I lead in the Americas. We are a 100% investment area. The only engagement that we ask for from the company that we work with, that they should sit together with us and work together, and that there is a clear goal ahead of us to be attained. And that's what we called engineering with. That is, to work and develop and build together with our customers, which are leading companies in their own industries. And I said I would like to focus on several projects that I think are representative of the state of technology adoption in the Americas, but also being a benchmark for what's happening all over the world. This cross-cutting impact of technology, independent of the industry where we are. Look at rose plantation. This is one of the largest suppliers of rose in the world. Part of the process and part of the challenge, which historically has been manual, is to classify the quality of roses, both if they are mature or in terms of the quality once the flower is ripe. And we said that used to be manual, and then they moved on using AI, particularly computer vision, to classify, sort out the flowers. So the type of development took them to an accuracy level that was much below what they really wanted in order to improve their process. Therefore, we discussed with them that format of engineering together. Let's work together, engineer together, and develop together. We went out and worked with them. And there, we found out that there was one first version developed on the basis of neural networks. We started understanding how things were done. And whenever we thought of an AI scenario, there are several components. There's a component of training data with quality and availability of that data. And the other one is a more complex scenario where we have an AI project in a company. And the most complex issues and the ones that take the longest, instead of identifying the adequate data and cleaning them, sometimes we find that they're not adequate for the goals that we have set out at the beginning. Now, in this scenario, we found out that we had to clean the data and improve them. So part of it meant that we had to see that they had classified 7 different categories, and to do away with a paradigm that they needed 7. We said, why 7 instead of another number? Why 7? And so we use the algorithms of k-means to improve the clustering, and we detected that in fact with 5 categories, it was enough. Now, by cleaning data and by applying the clustering algorithm and moving down to 5 categories using Keras that maybe you know of, part of the open source world, and that was on TensorFlow, running on Azure. What we did was to improve going over 95% of accuracy and transform that solution that could be applied, and that really was making a significant change in the production process. And that's the way now they are classifying flowers. And I'd like to highlight several points here in this case, because on the one hand, we did away with a paradigm, and at the time of using technology doesn't mean that we have to continue doing things in the same way we've been doing them before. That question of the 7 categories moving down to 5 categories. The fact that we can combine multiple technologies. I talked about TensorFlow, Keras, Azure, machine learning. Azure, Victor, for machine learning, that's a virtual machine that it's available in Azure, and once I get there, I say that what I want is a virtual machine learning machine, and it has Python, TensorFlow with CMTK and many other services. Is the pre-built virtual machine for a model data science. And so in this scenario, we applied computer vision, AI, to improve a business process significantly. I'd like to share another case with you in the financial services sector. This is a very common scenario. It's a call center. But with what goal? Well, in this case, the company wanted to analyze the audios from the call center. First of all, make a quality control of the calls. In the second place, on the basis of the audios, to infer new offers to be made to its customers. So far, the structure they had, every call was recorded as an audio file. Therefore, there was a batch processing, simplifying part of the scenario. The processing was batch, and that meant that working together with this company, as I said, we made a first analysis of the audios. And in fact, when you start analyzing these scenarios, you say, well, all right, moving from speech to text, where there are ENG technologies, Watson services, Amazon services, speech to text seems a very frequent scenario. Now, the reality is that complexity lies with details, and once you start analyzing audios and you start seeing that there are challenges where voices step on each other, the person from the call center and the customer speak at the same time, there is certain jargon, even if I speak in Spanish or in Portuguese, things that go away from the standard language. Changes of frequency in the voice of people generates enormous complexity, challenges both in frequency and in volume to process the audio. So all the first part of the project, and going back to what I said earlier, the pre-processing of data, the first part had to do with normalizing audios, generating certain spaces in audios and shorten other spaces in audios, because there's always an additional challenge here, and that is the project for the client must be as cheap as possible. And so if the spaces are too long, then the project is more expensive. So spaces had to be extremely optimized to be able to make the detection, but at the same time shorten them to minimize the cost, the processing cost. Then in this scenario, we've been able to exceed 80% of accuracy in detection in analysis of the conversations, identifying and transforming into text, that audio into text, so that we could analyze the text on the basis of, and here we come to the AI categories, to analyze it in text analytics and infer, first of all, the quality of the communication, detect incorrect inputs to trigger alerts and warnings, and to analyze the text and generate campaigns with targeted offers in marketing, specifically for a client. Now, if we move one step further in terms of complexity, now, this is a retail scenario, and here we worked with 6 weeks with this company, because what they wanted was a bot, and I know that there have been several talks around bots. We all know several scenarios in bots, but this is the next generation of bots in terms of impact and in terms of complexity, in bots based on audios. This company was a leader in the retail segment, wanted the bot to answer the phone, and there were other restrictions. It had to be integrated in real time with GeneXus, the central switchboard. They wanted to use Nuance from text to speech and speech to text. That's a company that is mainly focused on speech to text and text to speech for particular accents. They're extremely good in the Colombian accent or Chilean accent and so on and so forth. So they had already defined they wanted to use Nuance. Therefore, what we had to do in this scenario was to implement the bot infrastructure integrated to the switchboard, integrated to Nuance for speech to text and text to speech, and then analyze the text. And in real time, of course, because there is a person on the other on the other end waiting for the answer to the call, and have an interaction there. Now, the challenge lies with the details. How can you analyze latency when you have several systems interacting? GeneXus, Nuance, Nexmo, bot framework, and Microsoft Lewis for natural language understanding and text processing. Now, to combine each one of these aspects to minimize latency was part of the challenge, not from the architectural standpoint, but from the standpoint of implementation to process audio and to optimize those audios and to optimize latency. And I want to highlight this issue as to how afterwards, magic lies with details. Now, it's very easy to see the diagram and to see which are the various building blocks or the components of the architecture that form part of the solution. Now, the detail of the implementation, to be able to have that minimum latency, security service levels, and so that the conversation is natural and fluent, is part of the complexity. And if we evolve a little bit more, the following case is from a company using GeneXus, and we've had several talks with them linked to this project, TNC Sports. It's from Argentina, and we are doing quite similar with NBC in the US. TNC had an enormous challenge, and has it still because it's part of its business, and they live with it, they put up with it. They produce 10 TV hours per day, and then they repeat it. Those 10 programming hours must be audited to audit the advertising shown at that time. And advertising can be shown in different ways, as a banner at the foot of the screen or a full screen. It could be advertising in terms of the journalist speaking, or it could be an image behind the journalist and partly covered by the journalist. So all those types of advertisements must be audited, because once they are audited, they can collect and make an invoice for that advertising. Until now, that was a strictly manual process, whereby several people had to watch hours of TV. I know that there are many people here who would love to have that job, but watch TV for hours to see what were the different types of advertisements in those 10 hours. Now, the magic lies with details, as I said, and they had to be able to detect when a journalist was saying something that wasn't part of the advertising, and to try to detect those advertisements that go beyond the paid advertisement. You know, the journalist was invited to a restaurant for dinner, and he says something about it. Well, it's not part of the advertisement. So what we did was to combine multiple techniques. And when we see the list of scenarios that we've seen before, there are multiple complex scenarios. How can I identify the text at the foot of the screen? How can I identify the image when there is a full screen? How can I identify the image when the image is behind? How can I identify the journalist to see that that's advertisements? With some additional complex scenarios, because when I know that this is the advertisement I am expecting, it's clear, because when I want this advertisement to appear, the only thing I have to do is to validate it. But if I want to unprogram advertising, then that's far more complex, because something that I wasn't expected was really appearing, and it's fake advertising, let's say. We use open source as one of the specific frameworks to analyze the logos in the images. We use the wrapper of OpenCV to seal it, why this solution was particularly developed in relation to the other one. We combine all this with a video indexer. That's one of the services of cognitive services, and that means that I can show a video, it extracts the text of the video, it can identify certain images, it can detail certain points in the video and some other points of technology. That's another technology that we combine. And text analytics, so that all texts, either because we were detecting the text on the screen or because it was the transcript of what the person was saying that was transferred to text, and to analyze it in that way. Now, part of the challenge, and something that we've come across, is that any system at present of speech to text has failures. It could be 94%, 96%, and that's wonderful, but it's never 100% perfect. This means that when we made the transcript of what the journalist was saying, if I had to match it with the advertising that exactly had to be, you know, the slogan the journalist had to say, since it wasn't 100% accurate, then it wasn't going to the text. The advertising was there because the text wasn't 100% perfect. I mean, the mention that had to be made with the transcript of the text. Now, in most cases, the way companies solve this is by making a human revision of transcriptions, but we wanted to minimize that process. We wanted to minimize it and to be able to automate it as much as possible. And so someone from the team had the idea of saying, well, but what happens if instead of having to identify the full mention, what we do is we apply keyword instructions on the mention, and we make a keyword extraction on a block of the text, and what we match is just that analysis. And that allowed us to improve significantly our precision, and that has to do with a change of strategy. We have to identify that what we had to match was not the complete mention, but on that mention we had to apply a further layer of text analytics and identify the presence of those keywords in the transcript. And that allowed us, after 5 or 6 weeks of work, to provide the full solution, end-to-end solution. Given this recording of the videos, we can analyze the 5 different types of advertisements mentioned at the beginning by combining multiple technologies. On the one hand, video indexer, OpenCV, text analytics. And this is the type of scenario on which we are focused. And I'm highlighting particularly the fact that the multiplicity of integration of technologies, you know, in these 4 scenarios, which I've mentioned, there are services. I mentioned Azure. I mentioned TensorFlow, or the realities of the rich scenarios. Are there integrating multiple technologies and multiple providers, as I said, in the case of retail, Nesmo, Nuance, GeneXus, and multiple open source solutions. And this takes us, and if I could sum up what the scenarios, the most important scenarios are at present for the companies we are working with at all over the Americas and also at world level. If I had to sum it up and tell you, I haven't used the word trend or realities. Many times when we talk about trends, it's that we're looking forward and something is going to happen. Well, no, this is what's happening now at present in companies. And these are the various areas in the various technology domains where companies are looking for investments and to make a difference with the use of technology. Clearly, data scenarios, to analyze data. A very interesting project that we are working on is the media. Let's say it's the following generation of the media. Making analysis and reports in journalistic terms on the basis of data. Part of what they are doing is to build enormous data consuming public information coming from ministries and companies, so that all that information can be combined, and on that basis we can analyze it, analysis, and there's a very particular case that has to do with corruption scenarios, for instance, to relate property information with company information. And to combine all that, by combining all that information, we can trigger warnings, or we can find certain patterns that would be impossible to find out by a person reading all that. In that particular case, that's a data scenario using a particular type of technology, which is a scenario represented by graphs. Applied AI, and I'm using the word applied because there is a lot to be said, and a lot is being said about AI. Computer vision, as we mentioned earlier, speech and voice, as we mentioned, text analysis, and even video analysis, both in real time or to batch. Scenarios of containers and serverless from the infrastructure standpoint and architecture standpoint. The serverless scenario and the scenario based on in the case of Azure, based on functions that are hydrated to be executed at the time I need them. This is extremely rich scenario that allow us to do things from the architecture standpoint. And then IoT. We've been talking about IoT for a long time, and that's part of the magic lies with intelligent edge. The device that's on the edge to run a machine learning model on that processor. It's the device that it's in the culture of that sensor where we can place the intelligence to classify the flower on the edge and to put the sensor to be able to classify the flower at that time. With a shipping company, we are working on a project to measure each one of the movements of the ship when it's mooring, to improve the efficiency of the mooring capacity to download the containers, analyzing each one of the movements with over 500 sensors on a ship. That allows me to have the information, analyze it, and make some decisions in real time and some other decisions post real time on the basis of the analysis of the behavior and movement of the ship. So it's within this scenario when we think about the challenge that companies have at present to innovate on the basis of technology and to be different on the basis of technology. I think that for all of us, this is the approach we've taken, and I think that for all of us as important players in the technology industry, we have the responsibility for innovating with our customers, just to be a technology provider, it's a second level. Our focus should be to innovate with our clients, to develop and build together with our clients. And at the end of the day, what companies are looking for is partners accompanying them in that process rather than companies that provide them with certain technology. That is the end. Thank you. And I'm at your disposal. I'm around if you have any questions. Thank you.
Martes, buenas tardes. Gracias por estar aquí.
Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for being here. It's a pleasure to be with you once again in a GeneXus event. I think I found photos of myself much slimmer in my previous talks in this event, these kinds of events, spectacular events. I'm Wilson Paez, and I'm the director of Microsoft in Chile, in the division of new technologies, but I've worked in several Microsoft branches in Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, and I'm Uruguayan. I'm here with Roberto in order to share our experience working with Microsoft and other multinational companies with the partners ecosystems. And as Nicolas said in his keynote, the future is ecosystems, although it's more complex working in ecosystems. And that's the result of the actions of the most successful companies in the world that have learned to do so. So we don't want to talk to you about how to make a business grow. We don't want to talk as university professors. We just come here to share our experience. Since with Roberto, we have worked with a lot of partners, many of these from this community. We have seen many of them grow and some of them fail. Well, I am Roberto Icazuriaga, the Commercial Director of Microsoft for Latin America. And as Wilson said, maybe this is the less technical presentation of all those you'll hear. But let us start with technical aspects. What happens if you do not have a product or a service to sell? Well, in that case, we don't have anything to scale our business outside of the country. So our speech, our presentation will be about selling and scaling our product outside of the borders. Well, the first intervention of someone who has a product and a service or things that he has developed something or have a small company in Uruguay or Chile or elsewhere in Latin America is to say, what can I do to make my business grow? We have to think whether we really have a product or something that can add value or that is an innovation and can go beyond my zone, my area, my country. It would seem a pointless exercise, but actually it triggers a very strong reflection inside a company, because sometimes internally, companies may not have the product mindset to go out and conquer the world with their proposal and product. So this is our starting point. Obviously, this is a community that has a very strong tool, GeneXus, which allows you to have a product, a first prototype, much faster than in other communities and with more durability. But we need to have the product mindset, the orientation towards the development of intellectual property, which will allow me to take my business to scale beyond the case-by-case or the made-to-measure development. And I have to think on how to adapt to clients' and markets' needs. The question we have to ask ourselves, and that many of you must have asked when you think of scaling your business beyond the borders, is my product or service ready to conquer the world, the market, or the niche of market I want to conquer? If the answer, the honest answer is yes, then you will have taken the first step. Sometimes we take the step without having a product. Of course, sometimes we are creating an enterprise, but in this case, we are talking about conquering markets beyond the border. So that's the first question. And as I said, Roberto, in this case, we have 4 big axes along which our main clients in Latin America and the world are focusing their investments. This technological solution, this product I'm putting on the table, will fit in the market if I connect better with my employees, empower them, improve the connection with my clients, optimize products, or create new products. Think of the products or services you offer at the moment, or the IT you have in your companies. You will probably be able to solve these matters or for your clients because they are looking at the world in transformation from this point of view. Nowadays, within the context of some Latin American countries, the context of financial difficulties and economic difficulties, also the operational control and cost control are the areas where companies are trying to transform because they need to bring down their costs very quickly and transform these areas in order to take better care of the market. In other cases, there may be markets that are growing and need to compete more aggressively, therefore, and look for new markets and give a better service to their clients. Maybe their products are niche products, and they may go and talk to companies for a certain sector in particular. But in the more developed world, what they're looking for, these companies, is how to transform their own products. They work business to business, and they are thinking of how other companies will disrupt their markets. Therefore, they are thinking of how to transform the market. And the IT companies can help these more traditional enterprises to transform their own products. So these are the 4 areas in which your clients, especially for those who are in the B2B world, are working now, and you can help them relate their services with some of these areas. Roberto, in your experience as commercial director of Microsoft for Latin America, given the creativity of the Uruguayan people, what would you say? We can focus on many industries, we can focus on many things. Help me enter Mexico. I'm good for many industries. Well, there's a statement that says that if we try to do everything, or to be everything, we won't be anything. And that's our main challenge, especially for IT companies that were born from someone who is brilliant and creates a service or product and sells a project, and at a certain point is at risk or has the temptation of accepting that a client asks something that does not have anything to do with his core business, and the company may lose focus. Focus is something that may lead to short-term profits but long-term problems, because a company that loses its focus, it's not efficient, not only from a commercial point of view, but also if they want to go back to research and development. And this other division has to lose its focus too in order to help a client that has asked for something that is not the core business of the company. So if we have a product or service, we have to have a focus in particular. It may be a division in the company that is in charge of something, but those who try to sell everything end up by selling projects but can't manage to bring everything to scale. Of course, a company can change and add products and services, but you cannot go to a client and say, I can transform your company in the 4 transformation areas. You will be less competitive against someone who comes and says, I can transform your operational processes or the way in which you offer services to your clients. For many years, we've been working with Latin American companies, and we have traveled the path towards the development of intellectual property, and we are helped by GeneXus, the tool that brings us all together and that helps us. This is analysis that we've made throughout the years to show how our channel that is associated to Microsoft products and services throughout Latin America shows profits. If we move towards the right, we see the levels among enterprises that have a packaged IP and have sustainable and low-cost models that can be replicated in various countries and even in different continents. The profit levels go above 50% in some cases, especially with regard to the new solutions in the cloud and software as services, where the implementation and deployment cost is going down as all this new technology is becoming a commodity and allows me to open businesses in other countries. And there's another aspect. How can I create an IP and protect myself from competitors? And how can I have recurrent benefits versus benefits by project that are less predictable and give me less capacity in the long term? So greater profits concern not only the capacity of having an IP, but also the capacity of reducing operation and sales costs, since the revenues or the invoicing are recurrent. As Microsoft, we are living this transformation. Historically, we sold software licenses, but now we sell software in the cloud that have a recurrent value. And obviously, in the long run, this is a much better business than selling licenses, but the transformation took several years. Now, how can we win a market? What are the first steps to penetrate a market? Do I have to have offices throughout Latin America? Well, this is interesting information. Firstly, I would like to separate these concepts. Penetrating a market is not the same thing as winning a market. Penetrating a market means getting there and having the first wins. And for this, there are certain strategies that we are going to mention. Conquering a market or a business, an industry, or a niche requires a long-term and sustainable strategy. Let's go back to the presentation Nicolas gave at the beginning. He talked about the platforms and how throughout the history of GeneXus they were tied to various platforms, Oracle, IBM, Microsoft, and at a certain point GeneXus itself became a platform. Yesterday we were at a table with people who distribute GeneXus in Guatemala and Panama, and we were talking and they said they used the platform for their businesses. We call it an anchor. Like in a shopping mall or a supermarket, there is a business that is the anchor. And the same thing happens with the capabilities you use when you try to expand in your market. Some use GeneXus, others use GeneXus and Microsoft in order to open the doors of the markets. The companies that have platforms such as Microsoft are interested in your being successful in the market, because the solutions that you impose in certain businesses are run in platforms such as GeneXus or GeneXus and Microsoft, and these platforms allow Microsoft as a company to be present in the company in question. Microsoft has the concept of co-sell. So any company that has a business in particular or a service that the company wants to sell throughout the world can do so. And we talk about Microsoft, but there are many other companies that may be anchors and use the same concept. That's something I learned with regard to this modality. You'll talk about it in your next slide, Roberto. Microsoft might win a big project and the guy would tell the boss, I won a pot of gold. A pot of gold. I won all this gold, but now you close a contract with a big client and you get to Microsoft and say, I won a pot, but the pot is empty and you have to fill it. For the big entrepreneurial accounts of Microsoft, we know that we have to have 30 or 40 solutions working at the same time so as to fulfill the needs of the enterprises and grow in what we are selling to them or to that enterprise in question. So 30, 40 solutions. We are going through a spectacular stage for those who have the power of having these solutions already made. It gives you the magic, and not only with Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, Google also need it. And coming back to artificial intelligence, we were saying with Breogan that we are now in the stage of the big heads and making the first wins among all of us, but hopefully sooner than later we will be at a stage in which we will have to massify the adoption of these technologies. And for this purpose we need the whole ecosystem. There's no enterprise in the world, Tarde, GeneXus, Microsoft, none of them will be able to do things by themselves. We need the hands of the community. In order to penetrate a market, another important aspect is who are you playing tennis with? You may have the best product in the world, but it won't be enough if you don't manage to sell it. Enterprise don't sell to other enterprise. It's people who sell to peoples. That's why we use the analogy of your tennis partner. Who is your networking partner in the other market, the segment? Who has the networking you need so as to present your product in that market, your product in that market or that niche. The modern world allows us to install in a market through incubators or co-works without really needing to get installed in that market. The cost is low, and it's not a question of opening an office and a big curtain and trying to sell in the market. We've just spent $50,000 in a curtain that has no point. There's someone else that in a much lighter way did the same thing. So you can reach the markets, but you need a tennis partner so to speak, so as to enter the other market. Yes, we had partners that were very much concentrated on geographical expansion with their own offices in the best buildings with $50,000 curtains. But we had much leaner and flexible partners, and now technologies allow us to work in a different way with co-work in a big city. We had this partner who built its facilities in many cities in Latin America, and there was another one who did a similar thing and had penetrated the market and had established relationships with local partners, done networking, and created the first relevant wins, and had already an advantage over the other one who was still hanging curtains. Once I have penetrated the market, I have to succeed in it. This is a book from 2015, and I believe it is the Bible of the world of consumption economics and what each one of us wants to do with a product or service. This is about acquisition. How many clients do I acquire with my product or service to reach the break-even point so that I can offer recurrently this service or product in the market? And I've marked it in red because without acquisition there's no tipping point, and without tipping point there's no market, and without market there's no capacity to reinvest. In the B2B world and in the world of people who work with users, it's acquisition, acquisition, acquisition until the point in which the acquisition has reached enough economy of scale. Many companies that now offer IP recurrent services are analyzed by the stock exchange and are told, well, your future business may be in danger. So we have to keep the clients and to make them grow. But the important thing is acquisition. And Coming back to GeneXus development in Latin America and China and elsewhere, partnerships are important, as well as the channel power, who will distribute us. Maybe the word is a bit old-fashioned, but who will represent us? Because penetrating a market is a commercial challenge. Once a technological challenge has been overcome, succeeding in a market is a challenge which concerns the cost of sale. I am in the market, and now how can I continue being successful and continue the acquisition in such a manner that it's sustainable from the point of view of the commercial sales costs and increase my development? And here comes the channel power and the power of scalability, or as the US as they say in the US, do not fly solo, because it makes no sense in this world. To sum up, well, I would like to add a motto from Africa. If you want to go slowly, go solo, but if you want to have a very long career, then go with a partner. So based on our experience and the experience of some of the people in the audience, the product orientation and the IP and the product mindset make the whole difference. For the employees of the multinational company that are listening for the first time, the partner that want to do business with us, and even if your company can do everything, we still haven't met that company in 22 years, but still, you have to avoid those comments that are not well received, especially in Anglo-Saxon multinational companies that don't believe in the concept of doing everything. They prefer specialization, and that pays from day one with the clients, with the channel, and with the partners. And it's clear that we don't need the mega offices with the big curtain to have our first wins in a market and work with local partners and work with the anchor brands and leverage on them, because they need what I have, and that's an important concept. That's a concept that has been very useful. The relationship between peers, those who treat us as equals. The partner need GeneXus, and GeneXus needs Microsoft, etc. So these are long relationships, and you have to trust the power of the things you have. Finally, the aspect we call bring your inner child. What does it have to do with all we've said? Well, the trust that I have a product to go beyond my borders, and also I have to focus on what I know how to do. And if I'm going to try something new, I have to focus on that new product and then go to a new market. So what does this have to do with the inner child? Well, it has to do with Nicola's speech yesterday and this event's motto, the power of doing. The inner child is the one that gets ready and sees that maybe he's not ready to take the risks and says, there's something I have to do about it. I have to build my product to be ready. And he sees that the risk is out there, but maybe he can do something about it, and he sees that still he's not ready, but if he adds something else, then the product or the service will be ready to be marketed. And thus he does something again and again, and it's very complicated to have a product that is ready. But at some point I say my product is ready, and I undertake the risks. I feel that now there's no way back, and well, I take the risk and I know where I'm going, And I know that this is a leap that may be very big for me, but I succeed in the end. And finally, this is the inspiration we are receiving in this event from Nicolas and Breogán about the power of doing. There are many strategies you can undertake and put into practice to go beyond borders. Many have been successful. We've talked about anchors, etc., but in the end, you have the power of doing it because you have the products and services ready to conquer those markets. So stay with the power of doing and dare do things because many have succeeded. And we are talking from Microsoft, but there are many big companies in the world that need what is being built here. So we are really happy to be able to continue working with you. Thank you.
Yo igual me empiezo a dar vuelta y a mirar para atrás.
I shouldn't be talking because I haven't started yet, but hello. Well, it's a pleasure for me to be here. Second time that Nicolas pays me the honor of having a talk, and I had thought about this, and I've already thought about the next one next year. Last year I talked about automatic learning and what it was all about at a time when machine learning wasn't that fashion. In the next years, well, in 2015 I put a tweet saying, get prepared to listen or to read about these two letters, AI, ad nauseam. I think I quite made it there. And we have to think about automatic learning. It doesn't change the real thing at the end of the day, but it's the way how this ecosystem behaves. Now I'd like to make, I made a talk about why I thought that from the, in a certain way, we could move the border of what we understood for computing. I'm sorry, I can't see the end. I'm almost killed myself. Well, but the foundation is practically the same. The rationale is practically the same. But in our theoretical toolkit, well, we didn't have that. And that's what I tried to explain then. And this is the natural continuation of interest, particularly for somebody who is wearing two hats, the academia and the Ministry of the Industry, where we establish the productive policies of this country. What policies should we work on, and how should we define them to move on? So I thought it was interesting to talk about automatic learning in the real world. Now, in the context of this talk, it means the productive world. This real world means the productive world. But these concepts may be applied in any other real world, for instance, governments or social issues, or how can we use this same type of things, and you'll see that you can apply them and transfer them to those worlds. But the real world is the productive world. It's not the only one that exists, but it's the one we're going to be referring to. I was delighted. I said it personally. I love the logo, the motto of this event. And because it's the explanation that Nicolas gave us solved a sort of dilemma that I had as a researcher. It's true about for 20 years I've been doing research of natural language. I know quite a lot. It's true. It's simply because I've been reading the same thing for a long time. And when I see how much we are talking about it and how superficially we're talking about this, it's horrible. But on the other hand, I'd like to say that it's wonderful and the world is truly changing because of that. And I think that the key issue that at the end of the day, the game is defined with the things you do, not with the things you say. And I'm quoting Nicolas literally. A Uruguayan company that for 28 years has been doing things. And we really have to see whether we resist the test of time. And that's what defines the game. Now, in the meantime, we may have a business model, you know, where I sell a startup and I get money and so on. But I'm not changing the world. I'm not changing the productive world. What changes the productive world is what's happening in the world of technology, things like that. I've taken this statement from a startup I made. I think it was about football statistics, doesn't matter, but it says, uses streaming data and applies machine learning, deep learning, and artificial intelligence to capture and analyze this data, making way for innovations in everything. Why do they talk about machine learning, deep learning, and artificial intelligence in the same sentence? Is there a union of, if in that way Bezos would give you something big? They don't know what each one of these things is. I mean, there's a lot of noise there. And we may be thinking that from the productive way, wow, this is wonderful. Or on the other hand, I mean, well, this is nothing. They are inventing, they are selling smoke. This is nonsense. And what I really want to convey is that it's neither one thing nor the other. But let's look at the noise. But talking about noise, the NIPS conference is the Neuroinformation Processing System. It's been there for 20 years. And that's where they would send the articles of the neural networks, deep learning and all that. It's not new, it's 20 years old. Now the conference this year was sold out in 11 minutes 38 seconds. The main conference sold out in 11 minutes 38 seconds. Everyone wants to talk about neural networks, and several researchers were outside the conference. They don't know very much why, but they want to be there. It's hyper-theoretical. There's a conference. And I'm going to be talking a little bit more about NIPS, just remember. And then we have these drawings where artificial intelligence seems to be humanoid. I took it from the internet. I don't know why someone would like to disguise a robot as a person to make a cube, which in fact you can do when you're in first year of high school. There are lots of things about artificial intelligence, that it's something big and that it's worthwhile, but it's represented by things we don't know why. I don't know if I'm making myself clear here. Now, what's happening is it's not the same, but it's part of a process that is almost 100 years old.
1936 con Alan Turing, con la
with machines, with computing, with communication, with Newman and the notion of Princeton machines and the internet and then the web and then Google and then Facebook and then. So we are going through technological change process, but it didn't start 6 months ago. And what we call artificial intelligence now, as a general concept, is what people do that computers don't do, because when they learn how to do it, it's no longer AI and so on. But it's something that is part of a process. Now, what's happening is that there are some important things occurring, and we've got a new toolkit, and that's what I said in my previous talk last year, that allow us to do things, new things. And that's what I want to talk about, is this concept, and that's why I use this term of automatic learning, because I know how to define it. It's programs that they learn on the basis of experience. The more data they have, the better they are. And I think that we all know about. So what I'm going to be talking about, automatic learning. And to simplify matters, why is it that I want to simplify? Because then I want to apply it, because if I don't know what something is, I can't apply it. So when I talk about automatic learning, 99.9% of the times when you listen talking about this, we're talking about classification, either about classification, that is, I want to allocate a discrete category to something. I've got this image, and it's a dog or a cat, and that's a category. Or a regression problem. How much is my house going to cost, or how much can I sell it for in a certain neighborhood? It's a real value. Or a clustering problem. I've got data and I know how to group them. So when you think about artificial intelligence, think about this: classification, regression, or clustering, right? That's it. It's not true, and I'm going to tell you why it's not at the end. Now, when I'm talking about deep learning, let's think about neural networks, and that's very simple. Networks, in fact, are quite simple if you compare it with other methods. It's a linear combination of certain values at the outset and with a certain function, and it's given me 1 or -1. If it's 1, it's a cat. If it's -1, it's not a cat. And I can train it with many, many images of cats and non-cats. And I can adjust enormous parameters on that basis. When we talk about deep learning, we're talking about that. And there were lots of theoretical advance, and it's a lack of respect from me to talk about this, about people who have been working on this for a long time. But we have advance in architecture, many, 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 many data, and many, many, many more calculation capacities, multiplying matrices much faster than than CPUs because they can do things in parallel. I come from an area, natural language processing. I haven't got a watch and I'm a little bit stressed, but I come from an area called natural language processing that is trying to understand what the language that we speak do and how we can convey it. We all know Siri and Alexa, and it comes from the 50s, in fact. It started with automatic translation, and it did very bad from language to Russian, and you can very well imagine in the 50s why it didn't go well. And it's evolved. Now, that area of natural language processing, which is a branch of AI, because it's something that we humans do and computers don't know very well how to do it, but we do it much better than before. And what's happened, and I've seen it in my career as a researcher in the past 20 years, is that a change in automatic learning, that nonsense of regression and clustering and so on, redefined. Not the task that we did, because the task was to identify what someone is telling me and translate it to a text, or automatic translation, or more atomic things, such as if I say a word in a text that I'm talking, whether that's an adjective or a noun or whatever. But since all those tasks, now look here, they can be defined as classification problems that are somewhat complex, this type of methods change the area completely, because they moved the levels of any task, at level that was here, the level of knowledge, it went up here. When automatic learning appeared, and it went this high when deep learning. I remember when with Raúl Larreta we were talking, this is a researcher colleague, he said, well, look here, when deep learning started, I mean, these are neural networks, it's the same thing, it's a rebranding, it's someone selling them. Is it really so? It came back into fashion, but because of the new capacity of computing and the capacity of data, and the new methods of training that would make machines more efficient, they went on being useful, but they were performing better. They were faster and better performing, and so that raised the level once again. Now, why am I telling you this? Because in between inverted commas, and I think the word's a bit strong, but it gives me some authority to say what I'm going to say. I'm going to say it afterwards, because I think that automatic learning is changing the real world and how we can manage it. So I come from an area where automatic learning has changed everything, and I think that some things that I've seen happening can maybe apply to many other areas. It's happening in some areas, it's not in other areas. When we talk with our clients, you know, when they do vision through computers, you know, it's the same in cooperation, whether we are doing the same or more of the same, or can you tell me how much time I've got left? Ah, okay. All right. We can even make a break. Okay. Well, but I want to talk about the power of doing. I'm going to use this motto, really. Now, before anything, I would like to make please don't take any photographs of this. This is a traditional vision of data science. That's another word that we're going to be listening to for a long time. Now, data science, and this is a traditional view, is like a combination of computer science with its algorithms, maths and statistics with algebra, analysis, and so on, and probabilities. And this little drawing is the domain's knowledge. According to this definition, it's where you can find a specific domain, and this is a specific domain knowledge. It's applied to something. At the university, with some colleagues from the Computing Institute, from the Electro and Mathematics Institute, we are preparing a master's in data science along several lines that we've got there, including a professional subject and the change in the core subjects for bachelors, and it's including all these type of things in its core. doesn't seem acceptable that an engineer doesn't know about discrete probability. It can't possibly be. It should be in the core. Just to give you an example, or algebra, or whatever. Now, the first thing we did, as we should, to define a master's is this master is about data science. And if you look it up in the internet, well, there is no universally accepted definition. And we started looking over it and see whether we agreed with this on the basis of our experience, and we got to something that is a little bit different. Not very different, but a little bit different. And so on the one hand, we left aside IT. No one doing data science can't be able to program. That person must know mathematics and statistics, but it must also know, and we introduce it as an area in the things about the things that we must learn, is visualization of data. And you know why this is becoming more and more important? Because data are becoming bigger and bigger. So if you have 14 data, you make a graph in Excel. But if you have 1 billion data, including 400 dimensions, then you've got a problem to draw it, because human beings have a little problem to see in more than 3 dimensions. I would say even in 2 dimensions. So, okay, never mind. Now, but the most important thing that we can draw as a conclusion is that the area of knowledge, unlike this scheme, is not one circuit more. It's everything where interaction occurs. The interaction we must know what we're talking about when we're talking about data science, automatic learning, our methods. Now, the important thing is what for. And it's, in fact, too arrogant to think that those who are doing IT, statistics, and so on, we know about that area of knowledge, and by definition, we don't. So let me give you an example. The fact that we sometimes don't know makes a mistake. There is an article here that says that computers, trans. This is the headline. It's the Stanford Medicine News Center. It says computers trounced pathologists in predicting lung cancer type and their severity. And this makes sense, absolutely. If I have thousands of examples of the same type of cancer, and they say this is this type, and this other type, and a computer will learn it easily. It's a problem of classification, and computers learn that very easily. We know how to do that. It's of course, this is right. But look here, what doctors tell you, pathologists tell you, is that that's not important. They don't even come to an agreement about it. What they have to solve is not to identify things, but what it's the medicine, what type of treatment. And radiologists are people who publish. And so they're not only working, there are thousands, but they publish in industrial amounts. There are lots of radiological studies. And to think that you're going to solve their problem by using classification algorithms is arrogance. It's to understand things wrongly. It's to solve a problem that they don't have and underestimate the domain area. That's what happened with the processing of natural language. Oh, well, we would solve it with neural networks. Well, they would improve the performance of the tasks they knew, but for the new tasks they didn't know, because the problems went on being the same. So my first recommendation is have a friend who knows, and no, you are not. You're not the one who knows, and I'm referring to us in the world of technology. We have to make friends with those who are experts in an area and convey the knowledge. I don't mean the knowledge of technology, I mean the things that they can do. You have to make friends. You have to work in projects that can get you to do things together in certain domains. And I've seen several examples, and in the presentation, I think that you were working with a steel company. Now, those who know what the problems are, the ones who are in the domain in any area. Now, one of the most interesting things that have happened in the past few months at least from my standpoint in the region. There is a company from Cordoba, Argentina, which I know about because we've got quite a lot of relations in our group with Cordoba University. And Machinalis, people coming out from that university, and they do automatic things, and there are consulting things, and mainly apply to e-commerce. Now, a month ago, it was bought out by Mercado Libre. Mercado Libre started using them to recommend what things to buy afterwards, you know, that famous question of recommendation. And it ended up by buying the company. And I think that's big business. I mean, from the little I know, that's big business for Mercado Libre. Very big business. Now, expect this type of things, because what's happened is that the owner of the business, the one who's got the model, the business model to make money, brings in people who knows, they make friends, and, you know, and they use it, apply to its business, because automatic learning is not a business model. Business models are business models. We still need a model, but automatic learning may help us a lot to improve our business, to make it work better, right? And that's what happened in the natural language processing. We've become experts in automatic learning without knowing that we didn't know about core things, but we had to really turn it around, because otherwise we were going to be left behind. Now, there is something that I haven't told you. It's not true from the researcher standpoint that it's only classification, regression, and clustering. There are many things that are happening. Let me throw some words if you're interested in reading about this, because we're going to go on talking about these things, and they have a different level of, you know, there are things that are mixed up. Transfer learning, I learn things in one domain and apply it in another domain because I've got more data here than there, and we're working a lot there. Word embeddings, it's changed the processing of natural language and how I can replace one word for the other. It's similar to synonyms. We've done this manually, but then something came up, and according to the concept, I mean, if two words appear in the same context, in some way they must be related, and several wonderful things have happened there, because it allows us to generalize well and understand things that are similar. General adversarial networks. AlphaGo Zero. Remember the little game? I mean, remember the computer that learned how to play golf, the most difficult game in the world? Well, you know, it learned how to play against itself. It needn't the experience of an expert. It would learn and to win, and it lost, and it won, and it lost until it won. And won out the world champion. There's a link there with a lot of interesting information to know what's happening. Why do I recommend this? Because if I say it's, to simplify, it's simplification, regression, clustering, it doesn't mean that not a lot of things are happening, because it's fundamental to know what's happening, because this is coming at top speed. And so to be up to date is a key issue. It is fundamental to do. A couple of links more. The wonderful thing is that to learn is very easy. Millions of tutorials. If you want to learn, if you want to do, you can. You can. Let me tell you a secret here. The other day, I was Ante La Arena was going to be complete, and we were talking about neural networks to classify cats and dogs, and we can go in and learn from the internet. But we've got a community of a vibrant academia in Uruguay, studying a lot of things that has a lot to contribute. I told you about NIPS, that it was sold out. Well, there are two Uruguayans that are reviewers. Mauricio del Bracio has a place there as a reviewer. It's the same professor that we've got at the university, because he's among the 30 most important reviewers for that conference. He was born here and he teaches here. This is a site that we've got with some friends, and we talk about certain things, modal claims. These are claims about things that may happen in a certain world, and we usually talk about, we post things about this type of things, about discussions that we know what's going to happen, whether, I think that there are two roads opening up now. AI will continue its path and trying to learn to understand what's happening with human beings and neuroscience, and a more complex road. And technology will include automatic learning as a technology. And we are going to be talking more about automatic learning than artificial intelligence. That my prediction is going to become a technology. The hype of AI as a term will stop, and we're going to be talking about automatic learning as something more concrete. So my final recommendation is the same that as Nicolas was saying. It's fundamental to stay open, to understand what things are happening, try to understand everything that we can do instead of staying in your own circle, come out of the box, but also above everything, do things. It's fundamental. There is no better way of learning than doing. Thank you.
¿Tengo preguntas o algo? No, me retiro.
¿En qué puedo ayudarte?
Uno, dos. ¿Me escuchan ya allá atrás? Ok, ya sí arrancamos. Bueno, gracias una vez más por la invitación.
Hello and thanks once again for this invitation. It's my 9th year. I suppose that next year there won't be a speech, or a talk. It will be a celebration with a rock band or something. So this year will be a bit different from the others. My presentation will vary, and I'm a bit nervous about it because during the second part of the presentation we are going to try to develop a GeneXus application in 2030, and some of the things will be done live, and I'm praying to heavens that everything goes right. So I would like to start with this statement from Einstein, who was, in my opinion, a great philosopher and not only a great scientist. The big problems we face cannot be solved using the same level of thought that created those problems in the first place. In other words, we have to evolve all the time, and the fact that we created a company once based on the needs of the time does not mean that things won't change throughout time and that we won't need new techniques to solve those problems. This will become more evident throughout the presentation. So what are we going to talk about today? The development of software yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and beyond. And I would like you to think that today we are going to take a break from all of the decades during which we have developing software and think instead, how did we get here? That's why I would like to go to the past, because the reason of being of GeneXus and Java and Linux and programming language are related to a duality, two important matters: entropy or complexity and intelligence, and this constant struggle between both of them. We create new tools in order to face new complexities. I would like to start with what I call GeneXus version 0. This man here, Joseph Marie Jacquard, some of you may know him, was, in my opinion, the person who put the seed that led to computing as we know it. He didn't do it because he was a philosopher and thought, well, one day we're going to need computers. It was just because of a business need of his time. In the 19th century, at the beginning, there was a growing industry of looms. There were machines that made fabrics or cloths, but they were extremely complex and they could not be programmed. They could make only one pattern, and the pattern was very simple. Lines, for example, and for the Uruguayan flag it would be just the blue and the white. But what about something more complex? And he thought, what if I could create a machine that I could program to make different patterns? And that would be GeneXus.0. It was the first machine to create patterns, and he used cards similar to the ones you knew at the time of the mainframes. 3 decades later, he inspired these two people here on the screen. Those are the only two real photos I found of them. Ida Lovelace and Charles Babbage, who created the analytical engine. It was considered at the time the first machine that was truly and universally programmable. It received an algorithm and generated a response. The interesting thing about this machine is that these people were very bright, but the machines were relatively simple. There was therefore a great disparity between the complexity of the software and the know-how required to manipulate the software. On the screen, you see on the left-hand side the cards that Jacquard used for his machines, for his looms and the patterns, and on the right-hand side, a program written by Lovelace that calculated a sequence. These machines were programmed in the hardware. There was no concept of software. The hardware was the software. Each machine was programmable for a certain objective, but then it did only that. So on the right-hand side, you see how Ada was establishing that she was going to put the transistor here and connect a wire there, and it didn't change much during 1 century. The ENIAC was a computer that took more or less a space like this scenario, could also be programmable universally, but all of the circuits and the wires had to be connected, and it also used cards to give instructions. And this takes me to the following remark. Historical levels have changed in abstraction. At the beginning, it was all about the hardware and logical circuits. The hardware was the software. It was necessary to have a mathematician who knew what he was doing, but the programs were very simple. Then we went to machine language and assembly language. And thirdly, someone said, complexity is increasing. I need to simplify things. And that led to languages such as BASIC and Pascal, etc., to face the new complexities. But someone else later said, I have like 40 languages, and the era of the multi-platforms arrived. And there are virtual machines with Java and Linux and Xcode, etc., depending on what you want to program. And as Jennifer Lopez would say, what's next? What's the next big trend? When is it coming? And all of the questions have the same answer. Now, let me look at this from a different angle. The solutions that we make with the software are also becoming more complex. So not only the tools, but also the software. So we went from 0001 plus 0010 is equal to, in binary figures, to calculate the Fourier transform, and from saying use this pattern in this loom for this fabric to calculate the optimal route between these airports, and then from calculating the interest of this loan to predicting the ups and downs of the stock exchange in Nasdaq. And we went from sell this product to suggest a person to buy this product based on his personality in the social networks. So things increase in complexity. Then this gives a series of tools that are also becoming more complicated. For example, in the platforms, we go from mainframe to desktop to server to mobile to the cloud to Java, etc. Also, the programming languages go from systems to legacy, web, mobile, etc. So if you want to program an iPhone, for example, you have native applications such as Swift, and also the databases have become more complex. We came from those that are simple or relational to no-sol, in-memory, distributed, etc. The architectures also have grown in complexity, from monolithic to multi-level to serverless, and sometimes you need a CDN, performance, etc. And we create new tools like GitHub, Docker, Jenkins, IPFS, etc. And the environments also have evolved in order to accompany this complexity. Visual Studio, Xcode, and I had a screen that I'm not going to show that had a list of 30 IDs. And finally, the trends are more and more complex and abstract: artificial intelligence, blockchain, big data, etc. All of these can be summarized with a few images, an analogy of how an entrepreneur that is starting an enterprise tries to figure out where the company is going. And it would be like a router that has 8 ports and different wires with different colors. The company grows and you have something like this. And people say, well, I know this. It's very neat. Like they say in South America, I have all my divisions organized. But the point comes when the owner of the company says, it's becoming too complex and I know where I'm going. I have a clear vision. In your mind, you imagine something like this. A set of servers with all the wires perfectly organized. But what happens, and I've seen it with my own eyes, and I know that you have too, what happens is basically this. Why? Why does it happen? Well, in this case in particular, there is a new server technology. You have Linux, for example, and someone says, I don't have the budget to buy a good one. I buy the cheapest one, and now I have a new department in charge of social networks, and this is how things end. And this is the reality for a lot of companies nowadays, even if they say the opposite. I don't say that they look like this, they look worse. The creator of C++ language said, I always wished my PC to be as easy to use as my phone. And he was talking at the time about his little phone. But now my desire, my wish has come true because I don't understand how to use my phone anymore. So the more functionalities things have, the more complex they become. I drew this graph, which is the core of this presentation, and here I explain everything I would like to say. On the one hand side, in blue, we have the level of expertise of the person that will determine the solution versus the complexity of the code. If you look on the right-hand side, the figure 75 represents Ada Lovelace, who was an intelligent woman with a lot of knowledge. But finally, what they were doing was very simple. The software was just a sequence. It was the equivalent of a software of 20, 30 code lines in the present time. And then the computers became more powerful and more simple in the use, and the complexity increased, and here we arrived at a point which is the golden age in the 70s, the 80s, and the beginning of the current century. And anyone could program, even someone who never attended school. And I have friends who can do it. They take a programming book and they understand and they start making codes. There was a lot of demand for professionals and there was balance because people were learning. That's why I wrote that Unix versus Windows. In reality, the main reason why Microsoft won so much market share was because it was simple. They made things easy, and those in charge of the technology felt safe because they understood what they were doing. When I was very young, it was necessary to hire someone. But then with the mouse would just go click, click, and things worked. With Unix, maybe it was not so safe, but you felt that you wouldn't do your job because you adopted Windows. And if someone got fired, it was easy to replace this person. That is why Microsoft won the war, and won the war in the development of software with tools such as Visual Basic, which made things easy. As Nicola said, the power of doing simple things or making things simple. But what happens now? Firstly, the first warning is that software is becoming more and more and more complex, and the complexity is increasing in an exponential manner. There's no person right now who can understand clearly what machine learning is or how a blockchain operates. But then the mind of the human being intellectually goes only so far. We can sum up to a certain figure, and we can recite poems up to a certain limit, but the machines don't have that limitation. They can go much farther, and that's a big problem we have. This question mark, this space that is being created. There's a great disparity between what we can control with the tools we have and the complexity that is getting out of our hands, out of control. And the big question is how, with which tool can we take all this into account? How do we address that? Once again, the question can be solved with what I'm going to show you right now, which is the second part of what I said before. Or rather, no, the other way around. It's the first part of something I'm going to say later. Our capacity of generating software efficiently will depend directly on our capacity of addressing entropy. That is to say, complexity. And I'll tell you how we can address complexity. So what is the solution in the short term? I say the circle and the wheel give us a hint. Imagine the first human beings who started creating technology and needed to make a perfect circle. How could they do it without a pre-existing machine that drew circles? Well, you can have a piece of leather and you can draw a circle on the floor using a vertical piece of wood, and then you can build a wheel or build something to cut trees. And that has always been the mantra in the world of software. For example, in the 50s or 60s, someone said, this code is being written too many times. Why don't I do the subroutine? I don't know whether you use the go-to, which brings something backwards. And then someone said, why don't I have libraries and put things outside of the code? And someone then said, why don't I synthesize all this in objects, one for maths, another one for network connections, etc. And again, the next question is, and what's next? So what's coming in the short term? Firstly, the IDEs and projects that are completely located in the cloud. That is to say, develop anywhere. You will be able to work in any place. Then an environment of cooperation in real time. And this helps a lot because you are interacting with all of the community who is working with that software, whether it's chatting, voice, video, etc. Then an integrated debugger and distributed in a transparent manner, including multi-server environments, which are a big headache. Then the control of integrated and wholly transparent versions, something similar to Time Machine. That's a technology through which if I erase a file, I can find through a calendar on time the place in the past where I created that file. And this has been an extraordinary feature. Then the extensive use of APIs in order to connect to services of third parties. Right now, people talk a lot about machine learning as a service, MLAAS. So if you need the capacity to detect faces, we can outsource this to Amazon through an API. We send the data, for example. And also preferably serverless architectures and eventually consistency, as Gaston said, in order to scale all this massively. Another thing which is very important is the apps everywhere and totally invisible. In other words, our apps are not going to be only in the smartwatch or the iPhone. I come home and I can talk to my TV or to my home, or I talk to my car, or I can talk to the store and the store recognizes me and we can chat. And then one click to publish to production, to publish your application online. One click publishing. And then, I don't know how many of you have seen an Amazon tool called Cloud9. It's fully located in your servers, and I'll show you a short video so that you see how it operates. You see here two screens. The woman is going to stand up and start working, and you'll see how both of them can work at the same time.
And giving me full access to this environment so we can pair program together and review code. Great, so I'll go ahead and get in my environment. Okay, I'm logged in. So what you're seeing now is my screen is on the left-hand side with my blue theme, and Anker's is on the right-hand side in the light theme. You can see our initials on the upper right corner of the screen, which means we're both online in this environment. We can also hover over each other's cursor and see what code we're looking at. Anker and I use this a lot to pair program. So I can go in and highlight some lines on the screen, and then they show up on Anker's screen in purple.
Pero bueno, hasta ahí era que quería llegar.
The important thing is that the environment is the web. The only bad thing, and I'm not laughing at Amazon, is that Amazon is the more complex and complicated platform to use that I've seen in my life. Even for the most basic things, you have to touch a lot of things, but they have started to understand it and doing things such as this one in order to address this complexity, which is a barrier for many people who would like to adopt the services. So again, what will happen after tomorrow? How do we address this complexity, this entropy? And here comes the second part of the statement I showed you before. Our capacity to address entropy efficiently will depend directly on our capacity of using artificial intelligence. That is the key for us to address from now on that chasm that we have seen in the graph between what we can intellectually do with our classical tools and the complexity that is coming and that is growing exponentially. And I'm going to talk about this Yahoo versus Google, which I talked about 7 years ago. It's good for the young people to understand that there was a time when Yahoo was the titan in the world, whereas Google was a small company with 3 guys working from a basement. But why did Google almost destroy Yahoo? Well, because Yahoo bet on people, whereas Google bet on algorithms. That is to say, artificial intelligence. That formula you see there is literally Google's algorithm. That formula was what allowed Google to defeat Yahoo in 3 years, because Yahoo had about 10,000 people and then many more whose job was to surf the internet, see what had been sent to certain people and say, oh, this page goes to economy and finance, and they did it manually. Whereas Google said, well, this is going to explode in a few years. How many people will we need to do this job and do it well? So they created this algorithm which establishes the degree of, importance that a link has from one page to several pages, etc. And that is why they won vis-a-vis Yahoo. So what will come the day after tomorrow? Firstly, and this is similar to what a company does, and it starts with G and it's not Google, descriptive application based on intelligent patterns. Secondly, bots or agents of artificial intelligence for all the software testing. Thirdly, automated detection of patterns using machine learning or deep learning. Fourth, generation of fully automated patterns. Then, fifth, deep analysis of all of the data that arrives to the company, whereas my machine learning, deep learning, big data, or any way in which the data arrive. And finally, assistance or attendance for the development and continuity of the software, development of artificial intelligence. Now, during the last 50 years, I think that most of us have used tools whose only job is to give you the software as a package for you to run. Let us use an example from Microsoft. This is to you that can be run by a client without any problem. And I'm not going to use Visual Studio to continue working on that application unless there is a bot or an improvement that is going to be paid for me to do it. And that has to change because due to artificial intelligence, the way in which you're going to produce software requires an intelligence of the building, of the business and what we are doing. And that same intelligence should be used to make a feedback loop which feeds on itself and which tells you as the program runs, well, you can improve this or that. And we'll see it in a moment in the demo. So what I'm going to show you today in practice is an application operating in the future. But let us go back to my presentation in 2012. There was a next segment in which I said, let's see what a day would be like in a few years. For example, an autonomous car that would pick me up and take me to the airport. Many laugh, but there are cities where this already exists. And in 2020 in Japan, they intend to have a whole fleet of autonomous intelligent cars for the tourists. But then, coming back to my talk, I said that there should be an ID in the cloud, and you could be on a plane and be able to work. And that is a reality, is no longer science fiction. But what I'm going to show you goes one step beyond this. It's something that is in the cloud and helps me generate software. And if I go back to 2011, for the first time I talk here of the concept of invisible software. And I said that the time was coming, and that was 7 years ago, of going from the users, the manual users interfaces to the disinterfaces of users, that is to say the lack of interface, an intelligence that detects what I want to do. The example I gave at the time in that speech was that you go home and, well, normally you would take out the key and open the door. But when you go to the supermarket, instead, there is a sensor and you just go in because the door opens. And this is how things should be. Now, here I make a parenthesis. And this is the best example I've seen this year. I'm going to show you a photo of what I think is the best product, the most important IT product this year. And Most of you probably are not going to be able to guess what's on the screen. But the second place is for the Apple Watch, and it's a possibility to do the echocardiogram. But this has nothing to do with Apple, a microwave oven. And I'm sure that Nicolas knows exactly what I'm talking about.
This is a product that Amazon has just announced. It announced it in its line, Amazon Basics. Now, what's interesting about this, and I'm saying this isn't a joke, I mean, I really think that this is the most significant product this year. Because when you go to a place which is not your home, and you're faced with a microwave oven, and you close the door, and you are faced with all these buttons, what do you think? Okay, it's a number. Is it a number? Is it now that's to make pizza or to heat it or you know? Okay, this microwave oven is connected to the internet and has Alexa integrated, and so I take up my food and I said, please heat this dish. And that's it. Or you know, popcorn or whatever. And the second wonderful thing, and this isn't a joke, is that it detects the I don't know, the barcode of the popcorns, because it knows how many you have eaten. It orders popcorns automatically to Amazon. Just think of the power of all that. I can assure you that that microwave is something that you can, you know, this is what Amazon really takes along. You know that Amazon bought a whole supermarket chain, and you can say, well, what for? Okay, now it's obvious what for. Combine that with this, and it's 1 + 1. It's 2, because now you can be sure that we're going to see fridges by Amazon, where you would put in the food, and it would tell you, Alexa would tell you, you know, your food is about to expire, or a certain thing is about to expire, and you should cook it, and you've got a recipe, and you know, I've got a new product. Would you like to try it? Do you understand? That's where we are moving to. And that can be applied to a washing machine, to buying shoes, to stores. I think that Amazon will become an Apple thanks to Alexa and to this type of things. Now, having said this, before my demo, I would like to show you this picture. This picture came down to us thanks to Isaac Asimov, famous writer and futurologist. He did that, and this is the only copy available. There are many postcards like this made by someone called Jean-Marc Gaultier in 1899, and I think it was a cigarette company said, I would like you to draw some postcards to be included in our products called In the Year 2000. Please imagine the year 2000. And I took this example because it's the one I like the most. And he thought that in the year 2000, thanks to electricity, at that time they were not talking about electronics, it was going to be possible to modulate your voice, send it to your home, so that someone, in this case your wife, on the other side, on the other end, could communicate. What's that today? It's a video conference. That's what it is. And why I am saying this? Well, because what I'm showing you, perhaps is not going to target exactly, but the important thing is the concept that I want you to grasp. This man, what he's talking about is video conferencing. Perhaps he didn't have the capacity, or he couldn't see what there was everything in the market, but well, he imagined it. And the other thing I want to say, since I've been here for such a long time, this is not a system that's in production. It's not even there. It's in beta, right? And it's not even in alpha. It's not a pilot. It's not even a prototype. It's what I call duct tape ware. What does it mean? Well, I paid for a couple of these programs. I spent the whole afternoon working. I put duct tape everywhere. So if something fails, I would take my computer and restart. Let's see. How would it be a GeneXus app in 2030? That's what I've chosen simply because it looked fine. But I think that what I'm going to explain is going to happen much earlier. But people think linear, and I have to work with, how to say, with perceptions, because what I'm going to show you, it's going to be much more wonderful than virtual reality. But I want you to grasp the concept, and that's why I'm going to have a voice assistant of AI, where I literally will develop a whole global multinational app and show it today. It's not a joke. This is true. Now, the first thing I started thinking about was, well, I've got to give a name to this digital assistant. And I decided it was going to be a woman. And what name could I use to call this virtual assistant? And when I saw GeneXus, only one word, one name that comes up is this one, Genesis. And so my virtual assistant is going to be GeneXus. Give me a second so I can coordinate my cell phone, and I'll launch GeneXus. All right, deep breath. There we go. There you are. Hello, GeneXus. Welcome back, Jose Elias. I'm GeneXus 1.0, and I'm ready to assist you. At present, there are no pending matters or warnings generated. How can I help you today? So GeneXus automatically, magically, or automagically, as I like to say, with my Face ID, recognized it was me. I didn't have to put any credentials to get into the system. So first of all, GeneXus, please say hello to the people around me. Hello, everyone. I hope I can impress you with my skills. Jose Elias, I'm ready to work. Shall we continue? All right, let's see what happens.
Vamos a generar.
Let's generate a new app with a template, with a standard template. Excellent. For what industry and sector? For retail, for global retail. Would it be a local or an international platform? An international platform with headquarters in the US and branches in all countries, physically and virtually. What types of products will be sold in this platform? It's not going to have any meaning what I'm going to say, but I'm going to explain it to you afterwards. GeneXus for electronic products similar to the products that Best Buy sells in the US. For what type of devices and platforms shall I generate this app? Generate it for mobile, including iPads, web, wearables, and also generate an API for third parties. What is the nature of integration with third parties with this API? What's the online? What's caliber? What you call it? Generate API for Mercado Libre, but another one using standard API of GeneXus. Okay. What are the properties that you want in this app? Okay, let's make it a little bit difficult. Okay, I would like you to use the virtual assistant Watson from IBM, and you also use blockchain of SAP Leonardo. The sales mode has not been specified. Would it be a person, a line, or both? In online or both? GeneXus, both, but please allow people buying online to pick up their products in local stores. Okay, would you like to continue using DHL for your international orders or local suppliers for orders in a country? Yes, except for the US, where I would also like to use DHL for local orders. Okay. You've told me that you would like to use the standard model, but in similar previous projects to this one, I've seen that you have done some outsourcing of the personalized graphic interface. Would you like me to do the same this time? Yes. Please use the same designer of Caterpillar. Okay. Is this platform going to be free of charge, or will it require some membership, or is it just one single payment? GeneXus, it's going to be free of charge to have access to the list of products, but to become a member is going to be free to buy products. All right, everything is ready to generate the first pilot of this app. Generating. Complete app. The skeleton of the app has been completed and it's ready to be tested. Okay. Now, it's going to ask her to show us the skeleton of the app. Yeah, it has some sense of humor, right? Now, at this point in time, I want you to imagine that we are creating the app, there are screens and so on, and please test that app with GeneXus. GeneXus, please deploy the app among all GeneXus employees and keep me abreast of any progress. Shall I implement security measures with digital certificates right now, or shall I wait for a future beta stage? Oh, it's paying attention to all details. Well, implement all security measures. Cancel. Implement all security measures right now. I don't know why I say please. So the application has been displayed, and some days later, let's see what GeneXus tells me about that test with GeneXus employees. All right, let's continue. The results of the first alpha test are available for your revision. Here they are. Well, according to this, and see how easy, there is a rating from 4 to 5 stars. 76 people tried out our GeneXus. 238 comments were made, and GeneXus automatically, from what I can see, have chosen 2 main problem patterns that were generated. Let's see what it says. Please explain to me the 2 largest problems that you've encountered in this app, or that were encountered. Number 1 was that the graph design is very generic, and number 2, they wish to pay with bitcoins. I thought we had hired a graphic designer. GeneXus, have you contacted a graphic designer? Is he working in the project? Yes, but the work won't be ready until next week. Okay, please keep me informed about everything that's happening and implement payment with bitcoins as an optional payment mean. Okay, generating. Ready? Payment with bitcoins has been implemented. If it was as easy as this, right, at present. I don't know if there is any other comment that you'd like to make, GeneXus? Due to the use pattern of this app, I suggest testing with Amazon Turk at larger scale to measure the behavior of the app with users from various countries. Can I proceed to personalize the app with for each local market? Wow, whenever I see this, I'm surprised. I don't even know what to say. Let me ask her something difficult. Okay. Go ahead. But I would also like you to add the functionality of, according to the number of articles that customers buy, they would accumulate points that they can use to buy other products. Do you wish to use a standard algorithm or a detector of patterns with machine learning, or do you wish to codify the algorithm yourself? Please use Gaston's algorithm. Using Gaston's algorithm by default, generating, ready. Okay, I'm going to make it a little bit more difficult now. Let me see. Hold on a minute. Okay, let me think about it. No. Wait a second. Wait a sec. Let me see here. There is something that I also wanted her to do, and I've forgotten about it. Okay. Cancel. Okay, GeneXus, I want you to implement something that, depending on the purchase track record of our customers, you suggest products. Would you like assistance using standard patterns, or do you wish to implement the rule yourself or to allocate it to another developer? Well, yesterday Nicolas said that algorithms are already replacing many things, and so he's got more free time. So allocate this task to Nicolas and tell me how it moves, how it progresses. The skeleton of this rule is ready on the list of functions to implement by Nicolas. When it's implemented, we'll test it automatically, and I will warn you about it. All right. Several days later, I will be talking to GeneXus and fine-tuning the app, and let's see what happens after that. The application is considered able to come to production. Internal users have qualified it, have rated 9.17, externals 8.75, and no important anomalies have been detected. All the agreements with suppliers have been digitally signed, and the chain of supply payments, delivery, and support are ready to start. Well, I've got many agreements with companies. On the basis of that, of those agreements, GeneXus has the companies that will provide me with those products ready. He has the whole payment means. We're going to use credit cards, Bitcoins, PayPal, and so on. All the delivery system has already been set out with DHL, and the technical support, perhaps a call center in Mexico or with Watson AI that makes you think he is a human being. So she's doing lots of things for me. So please display the app as 1.0. Upload in production, ready. The app can already be used publicly. Excellent. Let's see what happens now. 6 weeks later, the application is in production, and GeneXus is constantly monitoring not only was this a tool for implementation, but it's monitoring. We charge, and we charge clients. You like that, right? And we charge clients for that. So let's see if GeneXus can make any observations about what's happening. I've detected an opportunity to improve sales. I've seen that sales in the US are, in general, done in from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. I think that we should create an campaign, an advertising campaign in social networks, personalized to each prospect, announcing products according to the purchase record. Shall I go on? Shall I proceed? And you're probably going to say, this can't be possible. Well, you can do it. With deep learning, that's quite easy. If you have a lot of data, when there is a spike, what does AI do? And say, oh, something happened here, let me look at it. And when it looks at it, it can see that there was an increase in the purchase pattern. And from there onwards, there is a sales app And the main objective is to increase sales. And so this should trigger an alarm. In past applications, I've seen this, and they've made an advertising campaign. So let me suggest that as well. So 2 weeks later, I said, yes, go on, do it. And I hope it's 1 or 2% increase in sales. The advertising campaign that was started 2 weeks ago has given excellent results. Sales increased by 5% in the time frame of the campaign. Well, I said I give a couple of I've given a couple of sentences to an AI, and my sales increased by 5%. You know, I was in my rocking chair talking with my AI. Obviously, if I'm the manager of this company and I'm told that my sales increased by 5%, well, the only thing it occurs to me to tell GeneXus is this: GeneXus, I love you. Will you marry me? GeneXus, will you marry me? GeneXus? I'm sorry, Jose Elias, but you're not my type. Why don't you think about what to give me as a present with some bitcoins?
Gracias, Genesis.
Thank you, GeneXus. You are shaming in front of everyone, even those watching us in the internet. Okay, goodbye. Well, that's incredible. That's simply an overview of what's coming. Now, I would like you to come back and to make a few observations of what I've made and what really happened in my conversation. Now, several things about what we've just seen. The first thing is that GeneXus recognized me automatically. He knows the circle I belong to and the privileges I have to do things or not. For instance, it recognized that Gaston and Nicolas are in my working team. The other thing is that it's absolutely in the cloud, so I don't have to have a laptop with me anywhere. I can have access to GeneXus. I can go on working. The other thing is that it recognizes the patterns of apps, so I don't have to be very explicit, given lots of details. I don't have to be verbal. This means that GeneXus never heard me saying, I want a column saying price and the subtotal. Well, no, that's why it's never asked me, because it thought that that was the way I liked it, unless I said, please stop and add this. The other thing is that it understands natural language, including idiosyncrasies, pauses, repetition, my mistakes, or natural spontaneous expressions. The other thing is that it understands the context. Depending on what I'm saying, the same sentence may understand it differently, as it happens with us. That's normal. The other thing is that it recognizes pattern rules for development, and it knows what you need to complete a full graphic. This type of system has a customer face, and so it said for tablets, let's have a graphic designer. And since I didn't tell her to do it, she reminded me of it. She also knows how to integrate with third parties in an integrated manner with SAP, or with Watson, IBM Watson, or Mercado Libre. The other thing, and this is quite implicit, perhaps you haven't noted in the app, but let's think that if GeneXus lives in the cloud, and I'm doing this app, and thousands of people in the world, this means that GeneXus can learn from patterns from all the industry. And the next time I'm going to build an app with GeneXus, it's going to have not only my own knowledge, but the collective knowledge of all of you, except for things that are propriety owned of a company. The other thing is that GeneXus keeps you up to date with everything that's happening in a natural way. You don't have to give me a 30-page Excel report. Show me what's happening. Don't give me 300 comments. Give me an excerpt. What does it happen? There are two important things that you have to pay attention to. That's what I'm interested in. Now, the other thing is it suggests things that I've probably forgotten based on past experience, my own experience and GeneXus experience, for instance, suggesting the use of Amazon Turk. Now, leaders are very good, but not many people working in companies, perhaps mainly those who are at the end of the line. For instance, GeneXus knows that in this type of app that we generated, it was increasing sales, the important thing. It may happen that another app would be to position my brand better, or to entertain more if it's a game, or to have a list for future sales, or as I said, to reduce distribution costs. So whenever it detects a pattern, she compares it and says, what's the objective of this system? Is it to increase sales or to reduce costs or customer engagement or whatever? The other thing is that it monitors automatically and proactively this app without any human intervention. It releases me from that work, and so GeneXus is not only useful in the development stage. And the other very clear thing is that it's got a very good sense of humor, and if you want to make her love you, tell her or talk to her in Bitcoins. Now, a question. What we've just seen, is it science fiction? How long would it take to see it? Well, when I was developing this app, that is 12 days ago, two pieces of news called my attention. The first one is that it was on the 13th of September 2018, 12 days ago. Microsoft decided to acquire a startup law which says that anyone with zero technological knowledge or zero AI knowledge can create AI models, or it can read your handwriting. Now, the same day, curiously enough, Facebook launched two tools, sorry. One is called SapFix, nothing to do with SAP, and the other one is called Sapiens. They detect bugs, problems, and the other one suggests how to solve them automatically. But this is not regression testing. While they are developing, they create routines. Now, this is that the program is automatically detecting bugs and fixes them. And this is what happened yesterday while Nicolas was giving his keynote speech. Adobe, Microsoft, and SAP, they launched the Open Data Initiative. The idea behind this is that, as I said at the beginning when I talked about Best Buy, she asked me what kind of products you want to sell, and I said those that Best Buy sells. Now, this initiative tries to standardize the language, the APIs in the world of business or whatever. GeneXus could easily connect to Best Buy, download a sample of products, and realize that all the products that it sells are TVs, laptops, cell phones, computers, and to find out what providers, depending on my previous criteria, the ones given the best prices or the policy or tax included or the automatic delivery center. And something else that caught my attention is that these three people, they are very much connected to what Nicolas said. They are competitors. These are companies that in a certain environment, they are really killing one another because of customers. Solutions in the cloud are competitors and so on. But if I look at the three of them, apparently it's as if they were going to a bachelor's farewell party. So to conclude, and this is my conclusion today, to deal with the entropy that is coming unavoidably, I may add, we need to give way to the artificial intelligence, and the only titanic future that is not adopting this will be this: sinking. I didn't want to finish my talk with this screen, such a sad and so low, really. They're 3.8 kilometers down. And so I decided to invite someone to help me to close. This is Chuck Norris. You all know him. And I'm going to tell you 3 things about about Chuck Norris that perhaps you didn't know. The first one is that Chuck Norris doesn't write codes. It's too macho to write that. The second thing that you know about Chuck Norris is that Chuck Norris tells the code, write yourself. And the third thing is that, ladies and gentlemen, Chuck Norris uses GeneXus. Thank you all.
Prueba. Sí, sí funciona. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, or good evening, I don't know. Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Cohen. I come from Belgium. This evening, I'd like to start with something very easy. To look at the camera there. My mom is watching, so hello, Mom. I would also like you to excuse me because perhaps you can listen to a very strong accent. This is my first time speaking in Spanish. I've got a French accent. So if I make mistakes, please focus on the content. This is my first time speaking in Spanish. I'd like to share something quite particular with you. Please raise your hands, those who are over 30. Good. Now, this lecture is for you. Well, for those who are under 30, that's fine as well. So I'd like to tell you something in particular. I'm quite proud to show you this. This is my story. This is what I've learned. And I want to tell you why I think that many times people make mistakes about the influencer market. As you can see, the guy over there is me. I worked as a consultant for embassies and lobbyists. That's a company. That's my mother. She's very pretty. It's because she's watching, that's why I say it. And on my left is my father. At that time, I had a life, I had the life my parents wanted me to have. I had a good job, I had a good car, an apartment, everything I wanted, but I wasn't happy. And in fact, I didn't understand why, because in fact, I had everything I wanted, but I realized that what I wanted to do was to travel. But of course, most of the time, you know, people would tell me, well, you can't do any business from traveling, and I tried it. And I tried to do something that my mom was scared about. I sold my car, my company. I had a company. I also worked as a consultant, so I left my job. And from one day to the other, I said, all right. And I invented a concept that for many people then, was ridiculous. They said, what is that, Mom? I'm fine. What I wanted to do was to sell the concept to have a sponsor. You know, I want to take photographs in places in a certain way, and if I get a sponsor, I could travel long. Because, of course, the problem is not how expensive the trip is. The problem is that you don't get any revenues while you're earning no income. And so I created that concept of Mom, I'm fine. I made presentations just as like this one. It's wonderful. But nobody believed me. And even when I was asking for a camera, I can't say the brand, they said they weren't interested, that there was no market, they didn't have any money. And I said, all right, you know what, I'm leaving, I don't care, I've got my concept. And the first photograph that I published on the 1st of April 2016 was this one. Mom, I'm fine. The place is much better. And I said, well, that's fine. It's the first picture. Perhaps if I do it, I can do it differently. So I didn't need Mom, I'm fine here. So I said, all right, if I can do it, and there is something interesting in this, Mom, I'm fine. It's short. Everyone understands it. But it was quite interesting because it's funny, but it could be a little bit riskier. And so I started taking photographs in different places. I was jumping out of a plane with the Colombian army. I was climbing a mountain here. But that was my passion. That's what I wanted. That's what I love, to discover new landscape, new cultures, eating differently. Sometimes it was a bit difficult. And in fact, let me give you two recommendations. First of all, don't climb mountains. Second, please vaccinate. You know, my mother was, was bit by a monkey, and well, it wasn't very nice. So I also had other types of adventures that were more and more interesting. This was my best decision best decision in my life. To travel was really everything I wanted. I've seen so many things, not because of Mom, I'm fine, but because of the experience I was able to go through. So there were more and more productions. In this case, it's taken me 3 days to take this photograph. We hit people who were below, and little by little, I had more and more followers until international press started talking about me. ABC, Cosmopolitan, Kim Kardashian. Well, if she said it, it's because it's important, right? And so with all that, I said, well, I had an account with 400,000 people, 400 people, perhaps half of them were were my relatives, and suddenly I had 6,000 followers. So I thought that was interesting, and I said, well, let's do it more professionally. I was interested in the light and the composition and how to make photographs look better. And so this photograph, remember the small cameras, and they said, well, it's interesting what you're saying.
So if you want, we can use all this to sponsor you. And I sent an email saying, well, but I thought you didn't have any money. And then there were other photos which were more professional, this one in India, and this one's my favorite. I took it in the Color Fest. And I was trying to show a lot of passion in my photos and obtain the best possible ones until I got an impact. I didn't know how many people were following me because it's virtual, and when a guy sent me that photo, I didn't understand, but he had a tattoo on the arm related to my photos, and I realized that what I was doing had an impact, that there was something behind. So I wanted to use this impact to do good things. For example, during the earthquake in Mexico with my Instagram account, and in Morocco, and in St. Martin. And I said, if it's possible that some people come here to see me and others tattoo the I'm fine on the arm, if I have that influence, then I want to do something right and use the account for humanitarian purposes. Of course, after a while, the money was scarce, and the first year was very complicated for me because I sold my car and I was left with very little money. And so I thought, how can I produce money? And little by little, analyzing some brands and exchanging messages with them, which was very complicated at the beginning, I reached the situation in which I had my open arms, and people, little by little, started believing in me, and I started doing some campaigns. This one is in Mexico for a brand called Torres, and I thought, now that I've been able to travel and have everything I wanted, now what? This is the moment in which I thought, I want to know more about this market. I want to know how it works, if it's possible to make money there. And I wanted to use everything I had learned during my communication studies. So this is what I want to share with you. This is the influencer marketing market. I started in 2016, and this is global. At the beginning, it was $500 million. Now it's grown a lot. And if you see, the figure for this year is 4 billion. So in such a short time, it has increased 8-fold. So it's gigantic. Why? And why am I talking to you about this? These are some important data you should know about the market. Firstly, in 2025, 75% of working population will be millennials, my generation and younger. Secondly, 40% of the people have bought after having seen the post of an influencer, which is also gigantic. Thirdly, the teenagers during the last 5 years have been watching TV 40% less. And what is our relationship with social networks? An influencer, well, tells stories, and some are more authentic than others. But there is a link between people that feel that they're almost like friends. So when you recommend something to another person, that person listens much more. It means that when celebrities are important for young people, well, they were important for my parents, but now it's teenagers that listen to the recommendations of the influencers much more than traditional celebrities. And then KSI versus Logan Paul, I don't know whether you know this case if you are younger than 30. Logan Paul has millions of followers, and he decided to organize a box match against another influencer, KSI from England. And millions and millions of dollars have been created by this fight they organized. So what is the problem? Why is there so much of a difference between those who know who Logan Paul is and those who don't? I say it's a problem of seniority. It's a problem of the seniors. The technology has evolved so much that there is an enormous difference in the way in which we consume the media, we, the millennials and younger, than the seniors. The problem is that those who are deciding are those who are older. So these are some figures to show you all this in a more tangible manner. These are the figures from the US, how much time you spend on the radio or reading a newspaper or watching TV, and how much money is invested in marketing in each one of these fields. And I took figures from 2013 because Europe and Latin America are more or less at that level right now. It says that we spend 20% of our time on our mobile phones, but now it's much more. And we only invest a certain portion of our budget in mobile phones. But now in the US, the time spent on the mobile phones has increased, as well as investments. But that's the problem, is that we only spend 5% of our time reading newspapers or magazines, but we invest 20% of our money in marketing. And I see that many countries had the opportunity of making these studies. And I myself have worked in the US, in Mexico, and in Europe, and I see that sometimes people do not realize the opportunities that are linked to these figures. So let me try to explain. Every revolution goes through 3 stages. At the beginning, it's ridiculous, then it's dangerous, and then it's logical. And let me give you some examples. From a political point of view, women's suffrage. At the beginning, it was ridiculous, and then people said it was dangerous if the women did not stay at home, and then it became logical. Socially, the abolition of slavery. And it's the same thing. They said it was ridiculous and then dangerous due to economic reasons, and then logical. And I could go on and on. The Earth rotating around the sun. Even at a religious level, they said that it was dangerous and that human beings were at the center of the universe. And when I spoke to these brands about marketing some years ago, they thought that I was ridiculous. Now I realize that TV and press, and I don't know whether in Uruguay the situation is the same, are losing a share, and we are the ones who are earning money. We are the ones who start being dangerous, and at a certain point in time we will become logical. So if one day you want to gain experience and see what happens, these are my tips that I have developed throughout the years. Firstly, some people find out only one thing, how many followers a person has, to see whether she or him wants to work with that person. Well, I could work with Kim Kardashian, but actually it's better to work with a man of my same age. So the most important thing is the DNA. Sometimes I receive proposals of projects, but they did not reflect Mama, I'm fine. I never took a photo of myself saying Mama, I'm fine with a Coke. They didn't understand why, but for me the most important thing is the DNA. The second mistake is to think that they will give me the message I have to give as an influencer. And that's what happens with the press. If you look at the TV and the magazines, etc., they will take the publicity the brand makes and then put it on the magazine. But if I take a Coke, then I destroy my account. Promotional code has tired many people and it doesn't work. So the influencer has to talk with his own language. If there is a DNA that operates, that functions well, then there won't be any problem. And this for each type of company. Maybe you will say, well, I don't know why he's talking about influencer marketing, but this applies to every enterprise in a different manner. So if you want to talk and work with the people who are influencers in marketing, it's worthwhile talking to them. Secondly, you have to verify how many followers you have, because there is a real problem otherwise. So there are these two sites that verify whether the people are real influencers and how old they are, etc. So what happens in Uruguay when someone speaks on the radio? Do you know how many people are listening to this person? It's like in Belgium. With my application, I can tell you that 71% of the people who follow me are women, and they come from Europe, etc. And when I come up with a brand, the profile has been defined, which the radio can do. Thirdly, the content is everything. And also telling stories. The example I gave you about Coca-Cola is a real story. When I had more followers, Coca-Cola came and said, we are interested in working with you. Would it be possible to have a photo where you are next to the Christmas truck, etc.? And I said no, even if they have the money, because otherwise it would destroy my message. It's not my values, it's not my message. But I said, well, if you let me use my message one day, maybe we can do something together. During the World Cup, I saw that Coca-Cola was sponsoring the matches, and Belgium and Mexico were playing, so I took this photo I'm with my mother, whom I invited to come with me to the match. So if I say, thanks to Coca-Cola, I was able to invite my mother, the message is completely different. So this with regard to the content. And the other thing is do not make a mistake to make just one post as an influencer. I had a campaign with Cristiano Ronaldo, and every follower knew that I had made that campaign because they were asked to help me, but almost no one knows what brand I did it with because I worked only once with them. Now, if I work regularly with the same brands, it's like on TV. If you make an ad on TV, the ad has to be repeated, and the ADNs that are combined have to be the same. So this is a campaign with Cristiano Ronaldo, and let me explain how it worked. My mother wanted me to take a photo with him, so I asked my followers to send messages. A certain brand helped me to meet him, and they wanted to do something in the long term, but the brand is shown at the back. It was just once, but it was something for the long term. And I'll give you a concrete example of the day where everything changed for me. I had not seen my mother for several months, and some airlines came to see me. Half of the things I do is traveling, and they said, we want you to stand in the cockpit by the pilot. And then I said, that's not what I do. Let me give me some space and I'll see what I can do. And this is what I did.
De costumbre se ve un poco mejor mi mamá.
So this is what I want to tell you. I had a problem. I was unable to go see my mother because it was extremely expensive, so I got in touch with the airline and said, can you trust me to get 1 million followers and views? And I didn't reach that figure, but of course it worked very well. And I think that it was the cheapest campaign that Volaris paid throughout their life. So if you build a story, you can do these amazing things, and also very wild. So this is what they allowed me to do. So I said, let's build something together. And now all of the Mexicans who follow me know that I am the image of Volaris. How much did this campaign cost? Well, they put Mama and Fine on a plane, and my salary, which is not that expensive, and we did have everything: production, distribution, and a high level of viewers, with 5 million people who now know about these trips. What if they had used professional models, etc.? It would have been so much more expensive. Other tips. The most interesting one, the price. I don't know whether you remember, but in 2008 the Google ads started. and they were sold for cents. If you wanted to publicize in Google, it would cost cents, but not so much now. In 2013, Facebook. In Facebook, the ads only costed some cents, but now no one denies the usefulness of publicizing in Facebook, and it's so much more expensive. And now there is a group of people who are very capable and who are focusing on production and distribution, and now they don't need intermediaries. I know that it's complicated, markets are moving and will move very fast. In Belgium or Mexico, countries I know very well, there's a lot of money being invested in this because there is a change going on. You can talk directly to an influencer, you can find it, track it, etc., and he can do everything. You don't need an agency, and the difference in expenses is enormous. To give you an idea, usually a campaign like this one would have cost between 70 and 80,000 euro. Is a campaign for the atom. Are you familiar with the atom? Who knows it? It's the most famous monument in Belgium and the highest, and it is necessary to promote it. So I was asked to make a video for them. This is not the whole video. I had to shorten it because I have to end this presentation. Now, obviously, I'm interested in making this market develop, which is normal. Otherwise, the players of this market wouldn't develop. But I honestly think that something is going on, as it's happened before, and people have to realize the possibilities. I think that some countries have understand this, typically the US, and in Europe, England. And I want you to realize that the opportunity that exists, we may not work together, but I want you to realize that things are changing. And because of the difference of age, you don't know what's happened at the bottom, because most of those who are making the decisions are the seniors who don't know about Logan Paul and all of the opportunities that exist. So I want to give you this tip. Firstly, before ending, I would like to thank Marcelo and GeneXus for inviting me. And I would also like to say that I believe that the opportunities come only once. Thank you very much.
Porque recién probamos, hicimos así, no.
Porque él lo tenía.